Holy moly. I have no idea how I'm gonna manage today. I thought I slept for like full night. I woke up and I was like, oh, it's so light outside, and I felt like I had slept like fully. Turns out it was like 3 hours. 4 hours maybe. I have no idea why I woke up so goddamn early. But I was fully awake. We'll see. We'll see. At least we have coffee. But where were we here? What am I doing? Oh right, we need to make annoying windows. Oh, I don't want to make annoying windows. Holy shit. And a rapier. Have a good night, dude. Where did I start this bullshit? Here. Commented it out so that it would run. Basically, in here, what we need to do, so we go to the entity and we simply take the draw here. This is what we need to do. The issue here is that what should a mask be? Like, a rectangle is an easy way to make a mask. But I was thinking about combining the masks. So what's the best way to do that? We just like put them in a list and then just check against both and everything has to be true. Maybe that's the easiest way to do it. Actually, yeah. I'm just thinking, how should I implement it? Because I think that's the right way to do it. What if... I'm just not sure if this is stupid. But like, what if... Can you not... Can you have a... I don't like this solution, but... I don't know if it's okay. Basically, I want to have a rectangle. Well, I don't know if it should be a rectangle. That's the thing. It could just be a list of. We could make a class or a struct called like mask, and then that can contain anything. Perhaps. Because it could be a polygonal mask, or it could be a rectangle. Maybe it could be a circle. I don't know. It could be anything. Could make two. this work? Wait, it doesn't need to be an out. Just need to do this. We could make the check here. If masks is not equal null, and masks.count is greater than 0. Then we can do a... Oh, we can't. Ah, it's not so simple. No, we can't do it here. It has to be done in the component. It has to be done in the actual draw. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say if component flags dot has flag component flags has flag has draw mask. And we'll say masks. If masks equals null, masks equals new list of rectangles. But I do think that it shouldn't be a rectangle list. I do think that we need to make something else. But we can start there. If we can get a rectangle to work as a mask, then we can look at making other things. So if a component has a draw mask, then we'll let's just set this to null by default. And then if the entity is flagged to have a draw mask, meaning it has a component that has a mask in it, then we'll actually assign a list to masks, and then we pass it down there. And then that way we'll just pass down a null list otherwise. Or every time that there's a component that has I'm just wondering. If I should have like a fetch masks section here. I was planning on doing it through draw, but I don't think that's right. I'll be right back. I could have an interface here, but I don't think it matters. Does it? I mean, I don't know. Is it worth, like, is it really worth interacting with interfaces that much? I don't know. Yeah, I think we won't do an interface. I'm not a huge interface enjoyer. What we'll do is we'll go to component, and we'll add up public virtual void fetch masks list of rectangle masks. And that's it. And then here in the scrollable panel, for example, here we have we actually don't have a draw in here at all in the scrollable panel. Instead, we're gonna have a public void, a public override void fetch masks. And then it's gonna say if masks. I mean, honestly, yeah, let's not check for the masks. Or let's not check if the mask is null at all. Masks.add. How does this work? Let's see. Text renderer. It's the add component. No? Oh, wait, is it in the base component? Okay, okay, it's in the base component that we add the component flags. Right. Right, so we do that. Now, the question is, I don't think this should be a scrollable panel. I think this should be a component called like a draw mask, and that's it. Not scrollable panel. Do we just call it a mask? And this should be the same. But yeah, the mask, it's actually not quite that simple as just like returning this, because this is the local mask. So we do need to do something like this. Here we have fetch masks. So this shouldn't return mask rect. This should do this. I think. I wish these didn't have to be decompiled. Is that weird? Like, I don't know. Like, this is the MonoGame point. I wish this was just a class that just existed here somewhere. Like, I wish there was just like a MonoGame folder. And that's how this worked. Not that it's compiled. Because that means that in order for me to, like, modify anything in MonoGame, like, if I wanted to, like, add something to the point, I would have to, like, make a fork, add it, recompile it, and then use that, or something like that. Which is a little annoying. That's why I use my own vectors and stuff, for the most part. Yeah, the mouse input needs to have the same thing. Do we have a separate flag for mouse masking? I think so. And then in the component, we could have a public. It wouldn't even need to be virtual, but we can do it anyway. And here we say set mask set input mask or enable input mask. Maybe? And I think you can do this, right? Or call it like toggle. I mean, it's read only. Okay, so you're saying that yeah, I just want to be able to set the component. But I like it being virtual because then I can just call stuff here in the component. Like if the component has a draw flag, or if it has a mouse input, then we do this and this. And that way I can override the component flag in the child component, or the component that inherits this, and then the base will just do the right thing. And I don't have to add to entity to render list into every single thing that needs to that has like a draw flag. But like, hmm? So I can't like override it in any smart way. God damn it. See, the problem is that what I'm doing is that the base component has a component flag virtual. And this is basically just a function that just returns this value always. Like, this isn't really assigned. This is just like a hard-coded return value. And so in the base component, we have the virtual here, which just points to 0, which is just an empty flag. And then here, in the base component's constructor, we check the component flags. And if the component flag has a draw flag, then we add it to the render list. If it has a mouse input, then we add it to the clickable list. But that demands that this is overridden in here. And this is a bug actually. This should be override. Like that. Because that way, this override happens before the constructor. Because otherwise, the constructor... Well, there is a way to fix this, actually. There is a way to fix this. That I suppose we can do. It's not, it's not as good, in my opinion. But it is a solution. Because as you can see here now, like this has to be overridden here. Because that way, here, the mask will call its base. Is there some way you can do that? Or, I don't know, like, do these have to be identical? Yeah. Because this stuff here... Yeah. But yeah, because we override here, it's then... It works for this. Which is nice. But it means that there's no variable here that can be set. Because it doesn't work, right? So the only thing we can do here is... We can just treat this as like initial flags that just always are true. And here, for example, I want to have an option to like disable the draw mask. Which I guess we can do. Because like if we just say that the mask mouse input is true by default, then maybe we don't have to care about what's in the mask, in the component. We can just disable draw mask. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I don't like it. Because I could have another one here that just says public component flags, and then we have I don't know, current flags, and then we set current flags here, but then again we're writing code for like the flags and doing stuff, and at that point there's like, because the thing I'm trying to do here is just avoid like trying to avoid writing almost just one line. So if that's the case, that I end up having to write something here anyway, then I think the better solution is to go to the component and create a protected void I don't want to call it initialize, because we have that, I think. I thought we had that. Yeah, because here we have an initialize here, which isn't like actually part of base component. But we could have another like internal init that just instead just calls this in the child component. That way, like the component flags can just be set there, and we don't have to do this in the base component. It's just that this is like declared here. But I'll be right back. So here we have to do some things. We have to say component flags. Old flag diff flag diff. That's the wrong operator. How do you do this? And this will give me the flags that both have. But and this will give me both flags. But I want we want to do and I'm just thinking here. Hold on. Let's just go through this. See if it says anything useful. Or. So what does or do? So A or B, we get the ones This is subtraction, right? This is basically A minus B, but bitwise. That's what I want. This is addition. So we would want flag diff equals current No, I think we have to do something. It's not as simple as this. We have to do... So, to figure out which ones we need to remove, that would be subtracting this dot component flags, or subtracting the incoming flags right? Because then we're setting new flags. If the old flag has a draw and the new flag does not have draw, and we subtract from the new flags from the old flags that leave draw, so then we can set that to be removed. And then here we need to have flags to add, And then it's just gonna be the opposite. Right? And then we'll call this in public void handle flag changes. And then here we'll say component flags to remove, component flags to add. And then here we'll set this dot component flags equals component flags. And then we'll call handle flag changes to remove, to add. And then instead of component flags here, we're gonna have two things here. We're gonna say if to remove does not equal 0, then we'll do some bullshit here. And then here, if to add does not equal 0, then we'll do some bullshit here. And here we'll do these. This is going to be to add instead. And here we have entity. This is going to be base entity. Remove entity from render list. Remove entity from clickable list. No. Let's do the other way. Remove from render list. Remove from clickable list. There. And then this is no longer a virtual. This is just regular like that. And we're no longer gonna set component flags here in the component. We'll set base entity, that's fine. And then in every component now, we'll have to say set flags, component flags. And then this is just going to be like this. In fact, it's not even going to be like this. It's going to be like this. No, it's not even going to be like that. It's going to be like this. That's what it's going to be. something like that. And then that means we have to go through all of the components again, but not that big of a deal. I think we're immediately gonna have to change this. I don't think it's gonna need, it's not gonna be a list of masks. How the hell is it gonna work? Because I basically need a method that allows me to like add and subtract things together. Right. And that's the problem here. Because rectangles, I don't know. Maybe there's just some method. Because it's not so simple, right? Like, my first thought is just like, okay, but we create like a polygon. But the mask might not necessarily be... Actually, I think it would. No. Well, if we say that the masks... Actually, yeah. I think I'm gonna have to do some kind of texture drawing. Finalize these masks. Stencil buffer. Yeah, stencil. I think the play would be... I mean, can you only have one render target? No, I mean, no. You just have to change the graphics device render target, right? Viewport. What would be the smartest way to do this? The way I can envision it in my head is that basically whenever you start rendering a root object, you render it to a new render target, well, that doesn't work. No, because I was thinking like, okay, what if... Well, but yeah, because I was thinking like, what if you render the object or the entity to a render target first, and then when it's done rendering, you then render only what matches the mask. Right? Like, you add the mask together, and then after you've finished rendering... No. Because I was thinking, yeah, you render everything, and then you add the masks together, and then you just subtract all the pixels from that are white in the mask entirely from the render target, and then you just render the render target onto the screen. But it's not that easy, because it needs to work in such a way that if an entity has, and not just like the root entity, if the root entity does not have a mask, then you just render the root entity. And then if you get to a child entity that has a mask, then when you enter that, when you draw that child, we then have to draw that to a render target, and then we have to render all the masks up to that point, and then we subtract that from the child. Fuck. Yeah, I think there should be I think I should have a class. Like a mask data class. Perhaps. Because I feel like making it a struct, isn't that worse? Because then you'd have to copy like the mask between every time. Wouldn't you? Because I feel like it should work something like this. You have your entity. Let's call it root entity. The root entity will draw. And in that draw step, it will just draw itself, and then it will draw its children, and then its children will draw. And let's say that the child, let's say it just has one child. Let's just call it child, makes it easier. then the child will draw, but the child has a mask. Fetch mask. And then that draws. And the way it has to work when it draws is that we begin render target. Then we draw to render target. Then we like, I don't know what this stencil thing is, because I feel like let's check something real quick here. Like here it says sprite batch dot draw. That can take a sprite effect. What's a sprite effect? Flip. That's it? Okay. It says I should write a shader. I actually don't know where, like, vertex pixel shader. Effect. Mask effect dot parameters. Effect, mask effect. Sprite batch dot begin. Okay, so you pass in a shader like that. Let me think. Okay. So man, this is complicated. Basically, we need to have a render target, a mask render target that's the size of the screen, at least for now. And to that render target, we're gonna have to, whenever an object has a mask, we're gonna have to render a mask to that render target. Then we render the object to a separate entity render target. And then we subtract the mask render target from the entity. and then we render. Well, we could, like, if let's say you have an entity with a bunch of children, and none of the children have masks. Only the root object has a mask. Then you can reuse the same mask for all of the children going down. Well, no, I don't think we need to flush the mask until the entire tree is done rendering. Because I was thinking, like, okay, but what if you have like a circle as mask, and then in there you have a child object, and then that has a mask as well. But then, as long as you have rendered the background, you then only need to add the new mask to the old mask and just keep using that to mask everything, going down from there. And that will make sense. But then the question is, like, should we end and begin a sprite batch for every entity? I mean, in fact, I would have to end and begin it multiple times throughout the entity. Because in order to switch render target, you need to end the sprite batch. This is getting complicated. Because then we would want to we would want to continue the sprite batch for as long as possible. I think it should work. This render target is mask render target. This render target is and this render target is screen render target. And then entity render target, mask render target. And so in main controller draw, we're drawing the grid matrix. And I think here we should say sprite batch dot begin. And then here in game entity, we begin another sprite batch. And then we end it. Now the difference here should be that in here, we're gonna say if masks does not equal null, then we have to say sprite batch dot end, and we have to say graphics device dot set render target. Wait, what's set render targets? Is that an array? You can write to multiple render targets at the same time. Okay. Now this is gonna be annoying. Then we switch it to mask render target. Well, actually, this is in entity. This isn't entirely needed. We need to say not if masks does not equal null. Here we have to say if component flags dot has flag mask has draw mask. Then we go in here, we end the sprite batch. We set this. And then we're gonna say if masks equals null, Then we'll create a new masks. Oh. There shouldn't be a masks list, actually. So we can get rid of that. The annoying problem I feel is that you can have different kinds of masks, right? Like if you draw a face, then if we have a subtract mask, then it doesn't subtract anything. If we give him a little background too here. This. Now this subtract mask here, it doesn't subtract anything. But then if we paint white on it, it starts to just subtract, right? But then you can have a mask that looks like this, but you can also have a mask that looks like this. One does that, and one does that. But you can't combine these. Like, you can't combine them into one mask. They just have to be applied in order. So that's the issue I have right now. Or does it matter? I mean, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you would just have to apply each mask in order. how would you do that? You can do it in reverse, maybe. Yeah. You see, the issue is this. You'll have this mask first, right? But then you might want to mask something that you're rendering later on. In reverse, right? Because as you can see, this mask, this excludes everything in the area around it. And this mask, it excludes everything in the area inside it. So they're two completely different things. But I think you write the original, you write the first mask. This is gonna be mask 1, and this is mask 2. And then you just put them both as normal here. Then you first write mask 1, and then what you do is, whenever you want to write mask 2, you don't write mask 2 to mask 1, but rather you write mask 1 to mask 2. Right? Because we want white. In this case, white is subtraction. So if we just put that in here, then it works. Yeah, that works. But I don't see how it's not dog shit as well. Like, I'll be honest. It's telling me to write using a shader, but that's basically like a full screen right for every single object that has a mask. And that's so trash. There's no way that isn't ass. And see, the thing is that because I can't just apply the mask in like a final step. That doesn't work. Because what if I have another object here? Like in between. What just happened? Oh, divide. Because then this layer would need to be able to render in front of this mask. Because this mask... Well, actually, kind of no. It's really the other way around. But it's because this needs to be kind of in this order, I think. Well, I do think I have some logic error here. Because I think I'm mixing like two expected outcomes. Because on one hand, I'm thinking that, yeah, the original like window, that should have a mask that's then applied to all its children. But then I'm thinking that I need to have like a way of being able to mask a singular object inside of that that isn't recursive, I guess. I think that's fair. And that's why I think we need a mask. Like an actual... Because I made a mask component, and I don't know what to call it other than mask. But I feel like we need to have a mask... Like a mask data. That can contain all of these things. Like, if the mask is... Or like contain different mask types, like we can have like a circular mask in there, we can have a rectangular mask, and then we just check the data and we apply whatever exists in there, and then we kind of clear it. Suppose? Well, no, I don't know if that's needed. Maybe it just needs to be a struct. Not sure. Because I do think that the mask should have like an option to be recursive or not. Yeah, I'll be right back. Just not sure. What kind of data structure, or like, I guess not data structure, but like, what kind of code structure should I use for the masks? It's so complicated. I feel like draw should just pass in game one here. Doesn't take a game. Well, we don't need... No, we don't need to pass that in there. It's all of these. The main controller takes a game. The grid matrix takes game 1. But the entities and the components don't. And I think we should pass in game 1. Yeah. Now we have access to game 1. And so in the object render, again, it needs to be able to be recursive. So What if we rename the mask? Like masking? If you're gonna pass something from function to function to function to function recursively, a class has to be better, right? I'm gonna call this component entity mask. No. No. I was just call it mask data. And then in the mask data, we're gonna have all the render targets. Actually, we only need mask. Well, we need a third one here. Public render target 2D mask recursive mask render. I don't know why I typed the render target out entirely. Screen RT. Mask RT. Entity RT. I'm just not convinced that this is not gonna run like shit. I mean, this is unnecessary, isn't it? All we need to pass in is the recursive mask. I think. We can just do... like this. And then if has draw mask, then we'll say for component list dot count component list I dot fetch masks we're gonna rename it to write mask. Conflicts where, fucker? And then here we're gonna pass in the render target 2D recursive mask equals null. And we'll say if recursive mask equals null, well, we'll say if component flags dot has flag draw mask is false, then we return. Otherwise, if recursive mask equals null, then we're gonna say recursive mask equals game dot recursive mask RT. Or maybe we should say like... Is me setting this here? Nah. I don't think I need that. This is what I'm a little unsure about. Because this, at least I think it would work. Where, if we do this here, we have write masks here. And then we go to mask. And then here we say public bool recursive mask. Or recursive. Is recursive equals false. Then we have a write masks here, which takes game1 game, and it takes a render target 2D recursive mask equals null. And then what we'll do is, if is recursive, then if recursive mask equals null, then we'll set recursive mask to game1.recursive mask RT. And that way, this should get assigned. Like, I don't know if this actually works. I'm not so sure it does. Because I think what's gonna happen here is that I am going to set this variable to reference this. And the variable back here in the entity, this one is not going to get assigned, because we're passing along a reference. This reference is null, so it's null that gets passed in as a reference. So what happens then is that this variable gets assigned the null reference. And then I can overwrite this null reference on this variable with something, but that's not this variable. So the question is, can I pass this in as a ref? But then it can't have a default value. Maybe we should just say bool recursive mask. Yeah, that's easier. That makes more sense. But that doesn't help either. Write masks. It would need to take... Man, this is so complicated. Why is this so hard, man? I could just have a variable at the beginning of the draw. But I'm not a huge fan of that. Like here. We could just have a public bool recursive mask. Draw recursive mask equals false. And then here in the beginning of the render step, we just always set draw recursive mask to false. And then here in main controller, every single time that we call draw, we say game.draw recursive mask equals false. It's just, this is just not clean. That's why I don't like it. And especially here, because this is like every game object. And then in the draw step, we don't pass that in. And here in write mask, we don't take that. And then here we have has draw mask. And either way, because it has a draw mask, we have to end the sprite batch. And then we write masks. And then here we have to sprite batch .begin again, as it continues to draw. Then it's no longer clamping necessarily. And then here we go through write masks. And then if we go to the mask class, we then say if is recursive, then we say game dot draw recursive mask equals true. Then we have to do game1 dot game dot set render target recursive mask RT else we'll set the mask render target, and then the question is, how the fuck do we write this? Right, masks actually needs to get the sprite batch. Then we say sb.begin sampler state clamp. And then we're gonna draw but then we need to draw this is gonna be very complicated, I feel like. Where are the enums? Mask shape, rectangle, circle, texture, polygon, and then basically if, let's see, public mask shape, mask shape equals rectangle. Oh. Oh. Then we're gonna draw a rectangle. But we need to go back to game. And we need to... write a texture 2D. White pixel. And then this takes a pixel, or it takes a texture. So then we're gonna say it's the white pixel. Then the destination rect is going to be the mask rect. The color should be white. But the rect should be... it's not that simple. It's get mask rect. And then we render that. But even that's not so simple, because this is the position. So it needs to take a minus. The camera's pixel position. That's a point. I think. Yeah. I do think that we need to do some things later as well. An entity should have bounds. So every single time that you add something, you add like a child entity to an entity, that should flag the base entity as having to be updated. And it should store a rect inside of every entity that denotes the total render size of the entity. But that's also kind of like almost undoable unless the sprites are always the same size. Unless I want to recalculate it every single time a sprite updates, which sounds bad. Because then it's like, okay, what saves more execution time? Just calling all of the render, like all of the draws, and then just not drawing because it's outside of the screen when it actually like calls the sprite batch, and it's just outside of the rect. I don't know how heavy that is compared to updating the rects of an object every single time that it gets flagged to be updated. And then in the draw step, we can check immediately if the object is on the screen or not, and then just skip it. I don't know what would be better. But that's neither here nor there. Holy fuck. Doggy. My brain is mush. We should be able to skip the entity draw step, I think. But here's the issue. All I'm doing now is I'm drawing the mask shape to the rectangle. Or I'm drawing the the mask shape to the mask. And it's not that simple. We have to write a shader for this. Because we need to be able to control whether the right is inverted. We need to write the existing mask to the new mask rather than vice versa. And I would like to do that without having to have additional render targets. So we would have to both render targets, I think, both the recursive. I don't know. Okay. I have, unfortunately, very minor experience with pixel and vertex shaders. But I have tons of experience with compute shaders. So apparently, you need, it should be in content shaders. Let's see. Is there is there like a template? Default shader template. When you create a new sprite effect in MonoGame, using the thing. Okay, so you use the content.mgcb. Add the folder, jerk off. Sprite effect. Oh, it's not going great. I mean, it's not going bad, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm trying to implement masks, and it's hell. Rename to entity mask. It's not called file. Let's restart the thing. Building shaders file. Yes, I know. Please. Can we just delete it? Really confused as how this like works. Decided not to go with Unity for this. I thought maybe their UI stuff would get you to the gameplay more quickly. No, I don't like using Unity's stuff. I don't think their things are nice. I hate UI across the board, so I'm biased. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, right now I'm not even doing UI. I'm literally just trying to implement a masking, which, sure, I'm going to use that for the UI. I mean, that's why I'm making it, but it would also be used for other things, I imagine, potentially, but I honestly, I feel like I just hate using Unity stuff. I think even if I were to use Unity for like anything, like even using their physics system, I'm like, I think I would rather just write my own physics system because it's not very hard. So you can just make a basic physics system that just like most likely handles everything that you need, and you can also just like actually do things with it to like optimize it in like the way you want. Because like if I were to make a physics system, for example, I would, like in Legends of Terrestrial, when I'm programming that, I'm using like areas to determine whether to render objects, more or less. Like I'm using areas to determine like, are there any lights in here? I'm using areas to determine, okay, this unit is moving, what units does he need to check collision against and stuff like that. And I don't know if Unity's like physics system like actually does that, because I feel like it by default it like checks against everything that isn't settled always, which to me is crazy. Because like, but I don't know. I think there are maybe options and solutions for that, but I don't know. And because sometimes it's hard to tell like how much, and it's one of the big things why engines get bad rep, because it's like, okay, how do I know whether a game runs bad because of the engine or because the developers just don't know what they're doing? Because like if you use, for example, Tabletop Simulator, it's made in Unity, and it's not exactly the best software I've ever used. It very, very quickly like starts to chug and runs really poorly with just like a few objects on the screen almost. I mean, a few is like 200 or something, or 200 plus. But that's still like, I don't know how much of that is Unity. But I don't know. I don't know what kind of like masking things might exist in MonoGame already. There doesn't seem to be really any masking functions built in MonoGame, apparently. You need to get you could do that with libraries. There are easily libraries for stuff like that. I know there are a bunch of libraries for basic things already, even like A-Sprite imports and stuff. I might look at that a bit later, but not sure. I mean, I do want to move to MonoGame. I don't really want to work with Unity in general. I want to move to MonoGame because it's the same thing. It's just without the headache of Unity. Because it's the same. It's the same. It's built on the same engine. Or the same framework, which is XNA. So it's basically the same. I will never use Godot. Never. I like, in my opinion, there's just almost no reason to. Oh, I forgot what I was doing, where I am, what's happening. Yeah, we're writing a mask here. Oh yeah, it's this thing that's being annoying. No, not you. This thing. This is why I got derailed. Clean. Is that what we need to do? What? There's no fucking file.fx! It doesn't exist anymore. Why does it keep doing it? Okay. Entity mask. No, I don't know what to call it, so we're just calling it some bullshit. It's like the rename didn't take or something. I don't really understand. But okay, so now we have FX file here. It looks like this. Now we have to learn fucking pixel and vertex shaders. Thankfully, I've done a little bit. I was originally using a vertex shader for programming the game, but I switched it over to a compute shader because it just made more sense. So now I have to remember how to do anything here, because now we have like SV positions and all kinds of shit here. Sprite texture, sampler, we need to take mask texture. Let's call it input mask. This, I have no clue. Why are there brackets like that? That's something I haven't seen. It's Legacy HLSL. MonoGame's default sprite batch shaders use the old DX9 style because they target shader mold 2, 3 for maximum compatibility, including OpenGL. If you're targeting DX11 only, you could use the modern syntax. Do they have a modern template? Yeah, because this is like so legacy that to me, I don't even recognize this. This is so old. What was it? It was called a bright effect. Okay. Yeah, because this is something I'm a lot more familiar with. Now, I would love to figure out Vulcan. But I feel like if I start messing with that right now, I'm going to die. So... Oh, if OpenGL, I'm not supporting OpenGL. Fuck off. This, I don't know how it works. So... Okay, so you have texture. So if we want to add another texture, which I do, because this is... The sprite texture is whatever we're inputting, and then we want to have another texture 2D, which is an input mask. And then we assign that to texture 1 in the register, and then sampler state input mask sampler. Then we register that to sampler 1, I think. On shader model 4, you have 128 texture slots and 16 sampler slots. Yeah, we only need one sampler. We only need the texture sampler. Because we just ask the sampler. Let's see, I thought, don't you need to set up the sampler? Yeah, that's what I thought. You do something like this. I'm gonna have to look up my old ancient ass code because I was doing these things there. And then here you can say filter equals, and now we have to look up some dog shit on the internet. HLSL sampler filter. Yeah. Sampler type, right? Sampler direct 3D9 only, required keyword. Index, direct 3D 10 and later only. Optional array size. Positive integer greater than or equal to 1. Sampler type. The sampler type, which is one of the following: sampler, sampler 1D, sampler 2D, sampler 3D, sampler cube, sampler state, sampler state. Sampler comparison state. Texture equals texture variable. Direct 3D 9 only, a texture variable. The texture keyword is required on the left hand side. State name. In optional state assignments, the left hand side of an assignment is a state name. The right hand side is the state value. All state assignments must appear within the statement block in curly brackets. Each statement is separated with a semicolon. The following table lists the possible state names. The right side of each expression is the value assigned to each state. See the D3D11 sampler desk structure for the possible state values for direct 3D11. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So filter. Here are the filters. Min mag midpoint, min mag midpoint linear, min point mag linear midpoint, min. Use point sampler for minification, magnification. What the fuck is that, dude? This one only has minification. No, here's magnification. Points, linear interpolation for minification, point sampling for magnification, and MIP level sampling. I don't. Is there a point without MIP? Nope, there's MIPs everywhere. I think we're probably using min-mag MIP point. But I want to know what is minification and magnification refer to what happens when a texture is displayed at a different size than its native resolution. Okay. Texture address mode. I think you have to do address u equals address b equals clamp. Border. Wrap. Lamp. Clamping is a little dangerous, I think. But it could be fine. I think it should actually be border. And then the border. Let's see, border. Sampler desk. Border color. Border color 4 equals. How do you set that? Is this how you type it here? You just do a float 4. And why is it showing it like an array? Alright. Well, let's set it to 1. And here, okay, so how does this work? This is VS. This is the vertex shader, and this is the pixel shader. So this is for modifying the vertices. And then here we sample the sprite texture and return that. So what we want to do is we want to say float 4 mask call equals mask input mask dot sample sprite texture sampler input dot text chord times input dot color. I don't know if I need that, really. And then we do that. And then we subtract the original sprite color from the mask color. And then we say max lamp. Don't know if you need to do that. Does that actually work? You just set the zeros there, even if it says float 4? Does it convert the 1 into 4 ones? This is what... This is what sucks about working with HLSL. It just does stuff, and you're like, okay. Yeah. And why I liked using compute shaders is that you just feed stuff into it. It just does what you tell it to do. There's no hidden mumbo jumbo bullshit. While when you're working with these, it's like, oh yeah, there's some, yep, okay, this is the vertex shader, and then here's the pixel shader, and it's like, well, I don't know, is there some bullshit happening in between? I don't know. Maybe you have the SV position, like, I don't know. I just feel like the compute shader is 1,000 times more understandable, while here you have all this other bullshit because it's using vertices and stuff. Oh, Despis, how's it going? We're doing some bullshit programming. Will there be games this evening? Maybe, probably. I mean, maybe. I don't know what to play. And I've been up since 7 in the morning. Crazy, crazy. And I need to work. In 4 hours, we're gonna work. And then at like 7, I need to eat. And then after that, maybe stream. So if I'm not too tired, we might play something. Yeah, maybe Vagrus could be a good choice. Because, I don't know. I didn't really feel like starting some big story game. Maybe Vagrus. Could also just play some bullshit like FF16. But I don't. Yeah, maybe Vagrus. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. This morning I woke up at like 7 and I was like, oh, I slept all night and I'm awake, just normally. And then I get up, I sit down at the computer, I look at the clock and I'm like, why is it fucking 7:30? When I usually get up at like 10 to 12. I don't know. Don't know what happened. But I have a feeling it's gonna come and haunt me tonight. That's all. I slept tonight and I usually go up at 5 a.m. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. I still hate my job. I wasn't expecting that to have turned around. I wasn't. Well, what's this now then? Hold on. Okay, it's okay. Right. Now, I can't test this. Unfortunately, I can't. Because everything outside isn't finished. I am probably too tired to keep doing this because we've been going at it for 4 hours. Here we're writing the masks. And it does need to pass in the sprite batch. In the correct order. Alright, take care, test base. Have a good day, man. So then here, how do we write the thing? How should I... Let me see here. Okay, so we do graphics device dot set render target, and then you say we'll say is recursive. We'll say if game.draw recursive mask equals false, then we're gonna say game.graphicsDevice.clear color.black. And here, this is not recursive. Then here we're gonna say clear color.black on the normal mask there. And then we draw if is recursive, then let's see. We need to create the effect in game. Public effect. Cursive mask effect equals equals content.load effect shaders entity mask. And then we're gonna say recursive mask effect dot parameters input mask dot set value recursive mask RT. Then we go to the mask. And we're gonna say effect game dot recursive mask effect. See, the problem here is that we're trying to draw. Or we're drawing, right? So I feel like I need to write the whole screen. Which sucks. But because I'm just drawing, like, I'm just passing in a rectangle, destination rectangle, and a texture. That means that we're not going to draw to the entire screen. We're just going to draw a little bit. And in reality, the texture shouldn't need to have all those color channels. It could just have one color. But I don't know if that's possible. Like, this one is actually not set. And then what about recursive mask RT dot? Or actually, are there more options? Mipmap surface format. Render target usage, bool shared, array size. Surface format. What's a single? (32-bit R float). Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm gonna give up here for today. It's too much. Can't keep going. But yeah, we need to figure this out. I need to write masks to this render target. Yeah. We need to figure out the shader. And then we need to... I should actually just draw these to the screen while we're testing this and just like completely disable drawing the game, even running the game. And we should just figure out how to like combine two textures properly. And that should be it pretty much. But yeah, I'm gonna go chill until it's work time. Might take a nap, I don't know. We might do something tonight. Maybe. We shall see. Until next time. Thanks for hanging. Have a good day. Bye-bye.